creature comforts when we're cold. A cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. With creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold. A cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Forget to breathe. stones laying creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds, and when the crease sheets cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. When we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds, when the crease sheets cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. The stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds, when the crease sheets cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. When we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds, when the crease sheets cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. The stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds, when the crease sheets cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. so lovable in this life. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. The stones lay in flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. Creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds.
Thank you, Martha. No, I'm good. Good afternoon from Gibraltar and London. So the tournament's in Gibraltar. I'm in London. This is Chris Bray commentating on the undefeated final between Tobias Howag of Germany and Ricardo Malas of the Lebanon. 15-point match, 2 points per, 2 minutes per point and 12 seconds per move, normal time limit. You can see Arda, the tournament director, just having a quick chat to the two players, but we'll be underway any minute. So, the one thing I can't see is a doubling cue. So, no doubt they're going to put it on shortly. Still talking to Arda, probably the world's leading tournament director. Each getting a dice out. Obviously, all the matches here are played with precision dice. There's the traditional handshake to get the thing underway. They're using a baffle box, which you can see on the left-hand side of the screen. And shortly, they'll put the two dice through it. Tobias is wearing headphones, and Ricardo is wearing a rather natty hat. So here we go, undefeated final. Okay, so 4-1 for red. I think, let's see. Ricardo's shaking the dice, and Tobias is using a baffle box, as sometimes happens. Player's preference is fine. So 5-3, some fairly standard moves so far, making the 3-point. White's game plan already defined. He's going to run the rear checker, 6-3. So, and Tobias find an early 3. No, he can't. So the question is, what do you do? Yeah, you can have maximum coverage and make the 4-point. It's difficult for White because his moves are going to be largely forced here. So now you could play 15-7, which is safe. The other alternative was to recognize the fact that it's going to be difficult to get all the checkers home from a position where you've only got 3 stacks and make the bar point. So I suspect that making the bar point, despite the number of shots, was probably right, because this is a position that is now difficult to develop. Let's have a look, see if it can roll something. Oh, a double 6. He knows far more than I do, obviously. So 2 of them are very clear. You probably need a landing point in the board for some of your other checkers. You've got the choice of pointing on the ace point to force the red checker forward now that you've got a substantial lead in the race, or you play more positionally and make the 2-point, giving you a landing point. I wouldn't be obviously if you point on the ace point, you give up the bar point. So as ever in backgammon, there's risk and reward. This play, if you play 4 to the bar, then big numbers and little numbers next time won't work well. So this is going to be standard fair. Now let's see if it can produce small numbers. That's fine, but the big number and the little number. Oh, double 5. So now you can do this. You can also look at clearing the midpoint, but he's going to have if red anchors, which he has done. So now we need a count. Obviously, white's going to be a long way ahead. He's not thinking of doubling, so I think you should think about doubling here. So maybe he's stopped. And here's the missing doubling cue now on the window. This looks like fairly standard fare. I think this is a take because of the gap on the 5 point. And white still has to clear the midpoint, and red has a perfect home board, ready to trap any checker that is hit. So, as any good player does, he's taking his time to think about it. And this is double and take, undoubtedly. So good double. Yeah, he's going to take. Tobias has played before, so that's a good take. 4-2, and already an awkward number for white. And he's going to be forced to play 7-1. So if you obey Mishi's rules for moving your checkers once you have disengaged the rear checkers, then you play safe until you can't play safe. So double 5. So this looks like the right play. He's cleared the 8 point, so he's got good chances of actually clearing the 8 point. But when he's cleared the 8 point, he still has to clear the bar point, and when he's cleared the bar point, he still has to clear the 6 point, which is why this position was a take, because red has lots of game-winning chances. Double 2. Yeah, you've got to make the 5 point here, I think, because I can't see how you're going to play it otherwise. 1, 2, 3. So you're not going to play 6, 2, and 3 to 1, 2. So this bit is forced, and then you decide 3 to 1 is probably the right play here, keeping that spare on the 5 point. 6, 5. You could make the 2 point, or you can do this. Either play is okay. Red's probably not going to lose a gammon if he does lose. Now, can he clear the 8 point? No, he can't. That's why he kept that spare checker on the 5 point in the last roll. So now he's stripped everywhere. This is going to, so you either come in 2 from the 8 point. The shot is imminent, so the question is, do you slot the 2 point and play 7-4, which will give you lots of cover numbers the next time? I don't think, I would not do this, because now you've got some pick and passes. So an interesting play. You're behind in the race, and now wham, double 2. So you can play 3 to 1 twice. You can obviously point. You win way more gammons when you do this. So the danger is 6-4 next time. That's the only bad roll. So again, every move in backgammon has risk, and every move has reward, and it's a question of balancing those two factors, and being able to balance them will tell you how good you are at backgammon. I think this is the right play because red has got a lot of outfield checkers. Now don't roll 6-4 to justify your last double 2 play. 6-5 is great, clears the 6 point. Now 5-3 and 6-3 are white's only bad numbers next time. Stays out. If he stays out one more roll, he's going to be in gammon danger. 5-2 clears another point, gets another checker off. 6-3. So now it's a race to save the gammon. 9 crossovers for white, and after this roll, 11 crossovers. Sorry, 9 for red, white, 11 for white. So slight favourite to save the gammon for red, but one double from white will kill him. 3-1. White has also got an odd number of checkers, so he can afford to roll 1 and 2. It won't change the number of rolls that he needs to bear off. Whoa, 1, 2, 3. And now he has 6 crossovers. So finally, a good number for Tobias. That's the end of that game. And Ricardo will lead 2-0. I'm not quite sure why he's rolling, but okay. Yeah. The clock is stopped. The score goes to 2-0. On we go. I was very surprised by that 5-3 play from Tobias. I don't think that was right. If I can, I'll put it into XG Mobile. I have an iPad with me, and occasionally I'm quick enough to put a position in. If anyone's in the chat, they're welcome to comment. I can't read the chat as well as commentate, unfortunately, because the broadcast is 2 minutes behind my commentary. So, by all means, put the solution in the chat for others to see if you're able to do that. So on to game two, and it's another lovers leak. 2-1. I'm sorry, I missed the first roll from white. 3-1. So 3-1. Response, and white again has an edge because he's escaped one of his rear checkers, but it's very close. So now the 5 is very clear, not going to slot, so you creep up. The alternative is 23-22 there. So rather than trying to make the 4-point anchor, you try to make 3-point anchor. 5-2, 5. Now do come up. There are 9 checkers in the attack zone. If you play 13-11, you develop the stack on the midpoint that you give your opponent 7s. Not sure. So again, that move paid off. 6-1 is probably going to make the bar. Red gets another shot at the checker on the 4-point. And 5-2 is probably correct. 3-6, and he's in and out. Some duplication of 4s. And here comes the cube. Interesting. So, if it doesn't roll a 4, so if your opponent's only got a 2-point board, most of these early doubles are nearly always takes. That is a very good roll. So now the question is, what do you do with this? You play 1, you make the bar, and then you think about the 4th one. You're probably not going to slot here because basically you don't want a second checker setback, and white has got a perfect 5-point prime. Now, can white roll a 6 to escape? Double 3? No, is the answer to that question. So 1-2. Probably another one down and in. That leaves no shots. 3. This creates the opportunity to roll 4-1 to make the 9-point. 4-2. There's an alternative play here. That was very quick. He could have covered and hit. So they're playing very quickly. For an undefeated semi-final, this is rapid play. So I'm still thinking about a couple of the moves, and I'm a reasonably strong player, and they've already moved. So, yeah. You've got 30 minutes, use them. Backgammon is very complex and a very difficult game. Very few players in the world can play really effective speed gammon. 2, and it's going to come in with the 4 because there's nothing better. You're not going to hit 73, it's too loose. So white will hit red away from the edge of the prime, probably. He certainly will with double 6. He may be playing quickly, but he's rolling well. Just bring the other one round. No heroics. And again, red in severe gammon danger. Already needs 13 crossovers to save the gammon. Yeah. I think you just bring the 2 checkers from the 10-point in. There is a risk of double 6, but that's the only bad number. I think if you play it any other way, there's still going to be at least one bad number. Now, the longer he stays out, the more danger he is in. 6 is 6. Oh, illegal play. I don't know whether it's going to be spotted by either of the players. So, is there a referee? No, that was an illegal play. He played 9-2 with his 6. 5-1. And actually, that's influenced the outcome of this game because he would not have been able to close red out were it not for his illegal play. So if he wins the gammon, he's rolled a dreaded 6-5. So now, hello, he's going to take the 6 off. Oh, yeah. I'm a bit of trouble moving the checkers here. Okay. So now 6 for red makes it a very interesting game. There is the 6. Okay, now let's think. You're going to play 13-10. I mean, having the 10 point when your opponent, when the 4 point is open, is a very strong structure. 4 and 2. So red's going to hit with everything. The only number that doesn't hit is the 5. With things like 5-1, he's going to hit anyway, or even 5-2. 5-4 might be questionable, but the only way that red can win this is to attack and close out the white checker. I think he's thinking about redoubling. He's only got 1 checker off. And red's board structure is weak because he's got the 2 point too early. So I'd be surprised if this was a redouble. It's a very easy take if it is a redouble. Is there another checker to pick up? No, there isn't. 1 checker off. So decides not to redouble. The dreaded 6-5 is going to have to hit. I think. So you've got a hit here. Despite the risk, you just cannot afford to play 13-8. I think this is wrong. Basically here, white has only to roll 1 good number, 5 to win the game. If you hit, he has to roll a 4 to hit or a 3-6. Now, I think Tobias has played a slightly weak play there. Let's see what happens. Well, he would have been hit. Now he's going to be closer to a redouble, and here it comes. Ricardo has dropped, and now we're at 2-all. So, was that a redouble? Was it a take? You dropped incredibly quickly there. And again, I'll go back to my point. You need to take time. So even if white had pointed on, if red had pointed on white's checker, white would still have an escape hatch while rolling a 3. And it was about 40 pips ahead. So I'm not even convinced it was a double, never mind a pass. So again, they're playing a rapid gammon here. And I think making mistakes because of it. 4 looks like a great number. So you can make the 9 point, you can make the 4 point, the 2 point. You can run away, but that's probably wrong. But you can come out to the bar. this looks a strong play because white's going to have difficulty playing a lot of his rolls on the other side of the board, and it sets up a blitz attack for subsequent rolls. So he's still thinking about it. At least this time he is thinking about it. Okay, which is good. Or still thinking about it. I think his first play was correct. So yes, you can play 22-18 and 13-9. It doesn't put as much pressure on white as actually making the two inner board points. Because now white has to play very carefully because one hit will spell the end of the game. So that's a good play by Tobias. White will run away if he can. Oh, well, he's going to have to expose another block. So it looks like 13-10. You don't, if he came up 24-22, he'd have to expose 3 blocks. And that was another, again, I don't mind people dropping doubles, but I do mind people dropping doubles at an incredible speed. That one, I think, was correct because there was a blitz attack and white had no board. But I would follow Moshi's rule. Moshi's rule states you should take 12 seconds to think about any cue, irrespective of how trivial you think it is. So, and that's paid me good dividends over the last 5 years since I started using it. Ricardo seems to be very good at rolling 6-5. Nice 6-1 to make the bar. And again, now white has a game plan. And here he goes again. He's off. 3-6 running. What about 4-5? Probably the only sensible play with that 3-5. 3. So again, he's going to play with one checker. Doesn't want to expose another checker. 5-3. Probably going to point. Whenever you point in a situation like this, white will have some awkward entering numbers. So even something like 1-5 is a bit awkward because it exposes either another block or makes you stack on the 8 point. So, and this gives you 4 builders for the 5 point and the 4 point. Obviously, there are a lot of return hits, but again, I come back to risk and reward. 2-6, there you go. It's a hit. It keeps Ricardo in the game. But because of this, there are a lot of return hits the other way. So 3-5, 2, 3, 7 blocks for red. Why not? Excellent. This is how backgammon should be played. Bit of fun. 1-3. That is a really awkward. I think he's going to have to hit with the 3. It's what's called a tempo play, so that red can't use his whole roll to attack. 4-6. Okay. This seems sensible. So red now has an anchor. 5-1. 5-1. Okay. Make the point and hit. Yeah, this is pretty much a forced play. Red could do with another anchor or maybe rolling a 5-4. Now the 6 is really quite interesting. He's not going to come off the rear anchor. I think slotting is right. 7-1 is just a little bit too big. This red still has good structure, even if white hits, is in the game forever. 4-4. I might have to take that remark back. 1-2. Now what? So you can play 16-12, but then where's the last one? The alternative is to play 13-9 twice with some structure. Not that many hitting numbers. And I think that will be the right play. So you could play just to the 8 point and have only one block. But I like this. It blocks some of red's numbers. It makes it more difficult for red to escape, and it makes it easier for white to come home. 3 and something. 5, 3, okay. Now again, you stop, you think. So white obviously has the advantage. Double 1, that could be a market loser. So it's going to make the 5 point and probably play 13 to 12 twice. And then, irrespective of what red rolls, Ricardo's probably, or Tobias rolls, is probably going to have a nice cue here. Way ahead in the race. The 4-7 game is not a good game. So you should do a quick count. And here comes the cue. Now let's see if we have another 5-second decision or whether you're actually going to play it sensibly and think about it. Because it looks like a good defensive position, but really it's not that strong. It's a good cue, no doubt about that. And he's taken it. It's just about to take, I think. Yeah. Managed to put that one quickly into XG, and it's a borderline take, which probably means on a rollout it'll end up being a pass, because that's what happens with XG when it does a 1-ply evaluation. It comes up with quite often favouring the defending side, but when you do a rollout, it doesn't. XG, by the way, for those who don't know, it stands for Extreme Gammon, the de facto standard for backgammon software in the world. So 5-3. So you can play 18 to 10, or you slot 2 points. You can do this. That could make it awkward, but I'm probably in favour of slotting 2 points with 8, 5, 7 to 2 here. You should be able to escape a checker off the bar point next time, and you need a board as quickly as possible. So the danger in this play is it gets hit, and because of the huge difference in the race, you end up losing a gammon when you stay on the board on the bar a few times. Now that block really exerts virtually no pressure. So 4 is 4, and then 3 will come in. Oh, sorry, 4, yeah, this is obviously correct, because the point he wants to clear is the 12 point, and you're looking for combinations of 3s, 4s, and 6s next time. And again, you can slot 2 points here. Red might run out of timing before white here, despite the discrepancy in the race. 3-1, that's easy. 2 off the 9 point. You're not going to play 6 to 2. Well, you can do this, but I would close call that one. You need a computer to sort that one out, because you can sort of pre-clear the 9 points there by moving 2 checkers off it. But anyway, we'll see. 6-3 is perfect. Clears the point. Double 6. Right, one of them's going. Oh, sorry, that was cocked. Oops, 5 and 1. Yeah. So this is an easy position to play. Red builds a board, white does pretty much nothing, except move it, shuffle the checkers. Here you probably play 3 to or 1 to avoid. No, double 6 does leave a shot. So you can play 8 to 6, but I would play 3 to 1. I like this play. Even on the 2 highest points. And the only disadvantage of that play is allowing white to do what it's just done, or red to, because now white will never hit the checker on the bar point. This is going to be 2 in to the 3 point, or you could make, I agree, you can make the point. That's interesting, because now we can't clear the 8 point with some numbers, which you would have liked to do. So Sometimes it's right to have a spare outside, and sometimes it isn't. I'm afraid that was just too quick for me to know the answer. So had he cleared the 8 point, he could now play 2 in. Because he didn't, he's going to have to play this and 5 to 2. So now he's stripped on all the points. 6 is 6, 1 is 1, 1 is not. Right, so now what's bad? 5, 4? 5, 4 is bad. Double 4 is okay. Oh, sorry, it is 5, 4. I've found the magic number. I do apologize. So there is no safe play. So you probably clear, you play 9 to 5 and 6 to 1 and curse the dice gods. You're not going to play 6 to 2, 6 to 1 because then you've got the problem. So you can do this, but now you've got to play 8 to 3, and then it's more difficult to clear the remaining checkers outside. There's not really going to be an exchange of hits because Red's got a perfect board. So you want the play that allows you, if the blot is missed, the easiest route home. So he's going to have to think about it for a while. That cannot be right. So now, not only, Tobias is pointing out the illegal play. If you come off the 6 point here, not only do you have to save the blot on the 6 point, you also have to clear the 2 outside points. So you minimize shots, but your long-term jeopardy is dramatically increased. Not sure what the other number is with the 6 there. Okay. So I'm sorry, I just can't see the second dice things. Anyway, let's see what happens. Can he cover and come in? This is the problem with his last play. So if he'd made the correct play, he would have been all right. But here you get repeating shots. And again, even if Tobias misses the 2 shot, he's still going to have trouble clearing the 8 point. Oops. Okay. My screen has just briefly gone small, so it's about to come back, hopefully. Yeah, here we go. 5, 4. I think, how much of this has he played? Yeah, so he's kept, it's always a good idea to keep the board. Now, big numbers with a 4 in aren't going to be good. That one's all right. 3 and 4, but look at how White has created extended jeopardy for his position by misplaying that 5-4 early. He's still not home and dry. And here's another shot. So Tobias has missed 2 single shots so far. This could be last chance saloon in this particular game. And he's got the shot. So the poor play by White in that area is basically going to cost him the game. 6-1. So 1, 2, double 6 will still leave a shot. Tobias will then make a decision as to whether to play on or not. So double 5 is the only bad number. You might as well recube this. You've only got about 3 or 4% gammons anyway, and you've got a couple of bad numbers or bad sequences. So take the point, go to 5-2. All right, so it's rare in backgammon that mistakes are immediately punished. That one took 3 shots to get punished, but in the end, Ricardo paid the price. 3-1. Okay, so 5-2 is a nice lead. So, and again, facing a 3-1, this is the correct 3-2. You don't come to the 21 point, you come to the 22 point. The reason being that if white points on you, he makes a point much, not the point he really wants to make, which is the 4 point. I was not sure about that 4-1 either. So on we go. 2 and 4, return hit. That one's easy. 2 and 5. Yeah, 6, 8, 9 checkers in the attack zone. The alternative, you don't like stripping the midpoint. And here I like this. This is a deflection play because if white points on red on the bar point, you can't also make a point in board. Here you're stripping the midpoint, allowing white full reign to select a move with whatever he rolls. And 5-4. In this variation, 3-6, good return. Sorry, I'm still commentating on 2 moves ago. I need to catch up. So let's go. White goes 3-2. So 3, probably hide the. Oh, hello. Going to hit now. I think you just pick up the block because you've got lots of chances to make an advanced anchor next time you actually have no board. This makes the 10 point, which is fine, good structure. Red ahead in the race. White ahead slightly in position maybe, just because he's got the 5 point. Now you can make the defensive red 4 point. So an edge to white in this position. This looks now, you can make the 5 point, but at the cost of giving up the 10 point, but it still looks right. Red has got no structure at the moment, and doing this equalizes the home boards. If white hits for the 6, then he's got to give up the anchor that he's made. There are only 8 checkers in the attack zone for white. So this looks entirely logical. See how Ricardo responds. 6-1, well, he's going to hit. You can hit twice in board, but here I think you have to hit because red's midpoint is stripped. So if he hits back, he's got to give up his midpoint, except, of course, if he rolls double 2. Well, he's still giving up midpoint, but he's putting 2 checkers on the bar. A great roll for Tobias. See, white could do with an anchor. Not an anchor, but at least he's got one in. 3 checkers back each, slightly better structure for red. He's got what's known as the rack, the 4, 5, and 6 points. This is an interesting cue. So, and again, these guys are very quick to make a decision. Probably correct, but even so. Double 3. So the problem is red's executing a blitz attack, and 3 of his checkers are in white's home board. If you can get checkers into position, 6 and 4, that's probably right. And he could have played 6 down and 8-4 to give himself an additional builder. And he's going to attack on the 3 point. So he's got 12 checkers in a useful position. If you can, that's not a great roll because he can't hit. Yeah. Now white needs a 3. Ricardo needs a 3 to give him comfort. That is not a 3. 4 fans, double 6. So he's going to hit twice. 1, 2. So in fact, white's going to have 3 checkers on the bar in a minute. Here we go. Right, now white in deep trouble. Needs a 3 desperately. The only good thing about this position is that red's 5s are duplicated. He's got to get back checkers going. Double 4 is a nightmare. That's an anti-joker. I'm sure white's not going to redouble this with 3 on the bar. Amazing how often. Oh, double 6. So anti-joker followed by joker, and now white's winning easily. He's not going to leave a shot, so he's going to play 19 to 13. There's absolutely no need to jeopardize the position and allow red to run with tempo when he rolls a 5. So you basically want red to crash. Red's got to run with all 5s anyway. So the recube will be coming any minute. 6-3, terrible roll again. Okay. Now he needs to think about this. I'm redoubling, but maybe he thinks it's too good. 2-1. Right. So it certainly will reach a point where that's 5 and something, 5-2. Now, are you redoubling and taking the points, or are you going to play on in the hope of a gammon? The chance of red getting 2 checkers through this minefield and bringing them home is not quite negligible. 3-2 is a very poor roll. There were other plays that could have come out. What's this one? Oh, what's that double? Now it's. So I think white should have cashed on the last roll. Now he's going to spread his checkers with the aim of making the bar point. So he can play 5 to there and then 13 to 10, leaving a 5-3. One. You're not going to break the point, so you've got to go. And again, time to think. Here comes QB to quote Paul McGreal. So he's got a lot of hitting numbers. Ones, threes, sixes, sevens, but a hit doesn't necessarily run. 7, 8. Good cue, I think. Let's just have a quick look. And he's taken. So again, I apologise, he dropped. Yeah, it looks like a pretty big drop. It's a 1-roll proposition, basically. White will hit, and if red doesn't hit back, white will win. And even if he does hit back, he's got a poor board and a block and 3 points. So it's 5-4. And it looks as if the players are going to take a short break, which means the commentator is probably going to take a short break. Okay, so the players are coming back. Just as a reminder, this is a 15-point match between Tobias Helweg playing the red checkers and Ricardo Malas playing the white checkers. This is the undefeated final. Tobias leads 5-4. And here we go. Tobias is using a baffle box. Ricardo is not. He's rolling. He's rolled about the fourth 6-5 that he's rolled early on so far in this match. 4-2 makes a point. Pretty easy. 4-1. So because the spare has gone off the 8-point, I think you play 24-23 here to freeze the builders on the 8-point. 6-4. So he plays for contact because Ricardo has already escaped a checker. Hit and down. And he should unstack, I think, the very heavy midpoint there. So now it's going to be a return hit. So it obviously got choices, but this is clear. Six is a good for white, but not that six. So it's thinking time again. So white's been caught in an exposed position. It's only a 5-4 game. He's got 3, 7, 9 checkers in the attack zone. So this looks like a double, an aggressive double, but probably a correct double. He's got to think about it. The cube seems to be off the board at the start of each game, which is a bit disconcerting. And here comes the cube. The question is, can he take? It's a double take, I think, basically. Positions where you only have 2 in a board points made, as I said earlier, tend on the whole to be takes. I think he's let that go, but I think that's a mistake. I believe that position is a take. Ricardo, from what I've seen so far, he seems to be a little bit nervous. He's playing very quickly, not really thinking decisions through. Tobias is being his normal, fairly controlled self. These things have an influence on the match. If you get a read on your opponent, you can steal some points, I think, like Tobias did there. So 6-4. Another inner board point made. So to reinforce the statement earlier, red has the rack, the 4, 5, and 6 point. It's called a rack because it puts pressure on your opponent. 5-3 makes a 5-point in response, and positions are virtually identical, not quite. White has a slight lead in development. Double 3 is going to make the bar. Yeah. Some rolls are easy to see and easy to play. The ones that cause you pause to think are the ones obviously you need to take time on. 2-5 is a fantastic roll. Hits. Okay, so now advantage white in this game. 3, and now 6 down, I think. Yeah. Okay. So to me, this is not yet a double. 5-2 cop dice. 3-1 is going to hit. Well, there are alternatives. You can play 11-8 and 24-23, consolidating your lead in the race, duplicating 5. So yeah, actually, this is, so it's got 4, 6, 8, 9. He's got 10 checkers in the zone. So this is a play that requires some thought. He's going to come up. Looks like he's going to come up. He's going to make Yeah, quite like this play. It doesn't put pressure on. Double five, however, is a massively good roll for round. I was still thinking about the 3-1 in the preceding roll. When in doubt, hit. That would have paid huge dividends. But now let's see what happens. 2-1. Not yet a double. A, because of the score, B, because of the position. 4-2. So you can hit loose and go for the blitz attack. You can play 24-22. You can play 24-18. He can play 22-18, 7-5. So, you know, hitting loose, this is the really big play. I'm not sure I would play 24-18, 7-5. It's quite a difficult decision. Let's see what he's going to do. The white, obviously, white still has a checker on the bar, so red can take, Tobias can take certain liberties. So there are very different game plans here. You can play what he's done, and the time to take a risk is when your opponent's on the bar. So I actually think he's made a very good play here. Because if white fans again, the cube is going to be coming. 3-1, this is going to be fun. So now do you come in with the 1 and hit with the 3, keeping the anchor? Or you come in with the 3 and hit with the 1? I quite like this play. I think you need an anchor. Yeah. And again, no double here, obviously. 3, what's the other number? 3-2. It was a good roll for Tobias. It's made the advanced anchor. Whoa, double 4 and the joker. So now Tobias has got some structure. And here comes the cube. Nice cube. And we've taken. It looks like a take. Most prime against prime positions are take. We all know this. At least those of us who played long enough to learn a few maxims. Red's position has improved. And now obviously he's just going to run this around. He's trying to make the 3-point to calm any fears on his own side of the board, and then he'll run the rear checkers away. Ricardo needs to come in, which he's failed to do. So any combination of 3, 4, 5, and 6 will now make this 3-point. 3 and something. That'll probably get 5. That's with 3. 3-1. So occasionally the dice, the glare of the lights on the dice, and I can't read them if they're at the edge of the board. 1's fine, 4 isn't. He doesn't want to do this because now red escapes with a tempo. When he rolls a 6, which is one of his only bad numbers on the other side of the board, he gets a free hit, basically. So when you get the 4th checker back, the gammon losses increase. 4, 3, he's going to go. So again, it's prime versus prime. You escape from the prime. The last 4 by Ricardo is quite likely correct. 5-3 is easy. What's he looking at? He can only point, surely. So 1, 4. So that was a good roll for Tobias. White desperately needs a 2. And double 2 would pay. You spend a lot of money going a double 2. So here I think you make the 8-point with the 1. So you've got the 5-point prime, and then you come down with the 3. Too big to slot the bar. What is he thinking about? Good question. It's hard to see another logical move. You can spread the checkers to the four winds. But, so making the 9-point seems a bit odd because if white comes up with an ace like this, so the question is, does white come up? I think you have to come up and then you safety. You probably play 8-6 with the 2. Playing 9-7, sorry, 11-9 would be a little bit too loose. Obviously, this is the alternative play. But now you're reliant on a 6. I think you. So this looks very nice, but it may not live very long. So not what I'm going to term a short half-life prime. So it's fair enough. It's a reasonable try. 2-6. Whoa, what a choice. So you can do this, but now 2s don't grow on trees. But equally well. Yeah. He's going to make the 3-point, I think. Is he not going to make the 3-point? Okay. I would have looked at making the 3-point. But anyway, let's see what white rolls. Big numbers are not good. 2-3 is a great number. And now red is in severe danger, particularly with white trailing in the match and only with 2Q. And here comes the cue. Right, so what have we got here? So white still have this is still a prime against prime position. White is on the bar, obviously. Sorry, red is on the bar. Can he squeeze and take out of this position? That thing's dropped, I think. Yeah, okay. But again, I think these positions often look worse than they are, and I suspect that that was a take because Ricardo still had 2 checkers trapped on Tobias's ace point, and they needed 2 2s and then 2 5s or 2 6s to escape. Meanwhile, Ricardo's board could have crashed. So there have been a couple of positions that I've commentated on over the last few days which look a lot stronger than they are. But anyway, we will have to, in due course, at least ask the computer what it thinks about that play. Anyone in the chat has got XG running, please have a look at that one for us. Yeah, now, so we're tied up at 6-all. Here he's going to play 13-7 split at the back. So still a long way to go in this match. Don't forget, it's a 15-point match. It's going to make the 5-point. It's nice to get the odd no-brainer decision from time to time when you're playing. Backgammon is a very tiring game mentally. Yeah, it's going to go. Can't see anything better. It's like 5-4. 5-4 is an ugly roll, so it's going to come down and hit, I would imagine. 13-8 is going to be the 5, I think, whatever he does. Then you've got a choice of 13-9 or 6-2. Oh, sorry, you can do this. I beg your pardon, forgot about that 5. Yeah, it seems reasonable. Run with 1, put some pressure on the outer checkers. 2 and 1 is a good roll. Hit with the 2, think about the 1. Probably safety, probably correct. 3 and 2, so 3 is good, and 2 down. Yeah, no point playing 16 to 14. Much better to develop a checker off the midpoint. 3 and 2, probably just make the ace point here to give your forward some teeth. Everything else looks a bit weak. So there's an old adage in backgammon: once you've started the ace point, you should make it. 6 and 1. Okay. I would have done a quick count before making the play, but it could well be right. 5, 4. That's a great number for a card. Now red needs to remake the anchor, because I was questioning the 6-1 on the preceding roll. So 2s and 5s return hit. That's 3 with something. Okay, 3 and 4. No double in this position. Virtually no market losing rolls. Double 2. Right. So, ooh, it's not 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, makes a 5 point and develop some checkers. Obviously, you can't safety the checker on the 14 point. 2 is clear, and probably the 3 is as well. Yeah. So, finally, balanced position. Can white escape? You're going to have to try. So only 1, 2, 3, or 4 hits. 4 is fine, but where's the 6? Okay. Going for home again. He gets hit. You hope to anchor again. Double 5. This looks as if we're entering doubling country. Maybe 45 for red. The race is very close. So now you come out, you probably come out and make the bar. Not sure. Okay, this gives white some return attacking opportunities. So I would at least look at coming out with a 6. Yeah. I'm doubling. There are some gammons to be won. White has out field strip checkers and a blot-in board. No. 6-2. Okay. Now can we double? We can after this because the 5 is horrible. They can play 11 to 6 or 6 to 1, but I don't think it matters. This is going to be double pass. Yeah. I don't think this is close. Yeah. Here's the double, here's the pass. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. The score has been written. Ricardo still in a natty hat. Okay. Tobias again has taken a small lead to now split at the back because the spare check has gone off the 8 point. I repeat things throughout the commentary because hopefully we've got players of all levels listening here. So what is obvious to some is not obvious to others. Oh, we wish he hasn't split now. So now we're going to make the 5 point. Six two is a hit. So red seemed to be getting an edge. He's going to make the anchor, I think. You're behind, so you want an anchor. You can play bar 2265, but that gives white some blitzing opportunities. I think you've got to be sensible here. Apparently not. Let's see. 9 checkers in the attack zone. So this is slightly risky. Do you gain enough for creating the extra builder and not taking the anchor? So there's 2 choices here, 14 to 8, the safe play, and hitting twice, the aggressive play, taking advantage of the fact that red did not make an anchor. So went ahead in the race is Ricardo's theory on this one. But the double hit was enticing. It certainly would have worked. Now red's got the advanced anchor. So, and again, Tobias may have taken the risk with that ace on the preceding play just because he's getting a read on how Ricardo is playing. 3-1, very easy. So Tobias would like a 4, so doesn't really want that check back on the 22 point. It has no value. Here, I think he's just going to run away. Yeah, 6-2, it's fine. And Ricardo finds a 2 to give the game a little more excitement. No, he can't. Then he can't move the rear checker. And he's not going to leave any blocks, so he's just going to play 13-4. Excellent. Right. 6-4 is not ideal. Yeah, you can't safety the checker on the 14 point, so you might as well strengthen the board. So if you're going to leave a block, you want to leave the block in the most advantageous position for you. So I would question the alternative there is to just play 14-4, which slots the 4 point. So here he's got an additional point. Would have been hit in either variation. Yeah, duplicates 3s, doesn't give him a good 4. It seems eminently sensible. 2 and 6, it's horrible, but he's still in the game. It's too big to play 13-7, that's for sure. He's looking at. Okay. So as the trailer, have you got a cube here? You've got 7s, any combinations of even numbers, which could potentially lose your market. And red structure was horrible, so I suspect that was a missed cube given the score. And certainly if red fans, this game is over. Yeah. So I'm sure he's going to double. The question is, should he have doubled on the roll before? He certainly should double this, especially when he hit another check. And now we're going to enter the realm of too good. Now can we double? That's an awkward roll. 6, and then I think you play 17-13 because now duplicates aces for one thing. Seems pretty obvious. One, 5. So does he think Ricardo is ever going to double this position? I think it's a good play, just in case he doesn't double. This still looks ugly to me. It's just that red structure is so ungainly. So I think this is a massive pass. I can't see Tobias taking this one. He's had 2 or 3 free rolls in this game. Um, Whenever you get double, ask yourself how you're going to win this. Well, you're not going to win the race except in the most unlikely circumstances. That means you've got to get a shot. You've got a board that looks like Swiss cheese. You've got your army separated. You've got a blot under threat. So I can't see that this is going to take very long. The point about this is why it's going to win a lot of gammons. So not much to add, but whilst we wait for him to drop it. Sometimes you sit there and you think about, and you talk yourself into taking the most ridiculous cubes. Because here Red could be saying to himself, no, he hasn't. He's not said anything to himself. He's dropped and it's 7-all. It's fine. And here we go. It's now 7-all. So basically, we're halfway through this match. We've been running for about an hour and 20 minutes, so it's going to be quite a long match unless we get a big cube. Quite a few matches over the last few days, there's been a 4 cube or an 8 cube. Wouldn't surprise me if we got one here. Six and 2, standard opening, double ones, great response. Play slowly, there's no reason not to play 8 to 7, yeah. Four and two to repeat something I said yesterday. Roberti's latest book, when you're entering from the bar, look how the other number plays before you necessarily play the entering number if there's some choice, because you can quickly work out what to do. Double two of them. You come up and you come down. 13, 11, yeah. Here you must do this. Yeah. You probably play 6 to 5. You could play 24 to 23. Now all your numbers, good numbers on the other side of the board, are duplicated. So at the cost of a 6-4, I prefer this move. 2-1. Anchor. Anchor and safe. There's no reason to play 11 to 9. Yeah. So white has an advanced anchor, so theory says that red would like an advanced anchor. He's now very pleased. I think he came up with the ace last time. Well, actually, 22-11 would have still been okay. 5 and 2. Here's a man in form, hitting. 5 and 6 down, forced. Has white got anything? Really stop and think about it. Some pointing numbers here. Oops, there goes the market again. So you can play 7-2. Well, you can do this. 8 points nearly as good as the 7 point here, and this takes away the jokers. Banning, double, drop. So white's threatening to make the bar, threatening the blitz. He's got the better home board. This is not a difficult decision. 8-7. So we don't have an XQ feed, so we don't really know if either player has had a huge amount of luck. Based on what I've seen, I think the answer to that is no. It's been a relatively even game in terms of jokers and anti-jokers. So. Two, 1. Standard stuff. 5-2. You split at the back here. Whoa, you don't play this move when you're leading. It duplicates threes and it's very pretty, but I think it's wrong. 1. And again, I'd concentrate on offense here and just play 13 to 9. You've got the better board. I mean, none of these moves will be hugely wrong. Yet another 6-5 for Ricardo. It seems to be his stock roll. This is now, you can play 37, 6-1, or you just play this. Because White's still got a blot, he's got safety it, so he can't escape the rear checker and safety the blot on the 4-point, which was what was wrong with the play in the first place. 4 and 5. Now, slight edge to red because he's got 4 builders for the bar. 6-2. It's always nice when you make a comment in the commentary and the dice cooperate. It's going to be pretty standard there. Again, have we got anything here? We've got a 4-point prime versus a 2-point board. It's a good position. Are there any market losing sequences? So good players cube earlier than not quite so good players on average. 5 and 4, you just run away. Interestingly, I just managed to put that last position into XG while they were maneuvering, and it was double take. Only a small double, but it's take. But these are the sort of doubles that separate people like Moshi and Sander from other very good players. Now it's too late. Missed his market, and it's going to, unless he's going to hallucinate and take this. He's threatening to make the 9-point, the 4-point, the blitz. Hard to see how you squeeze a take out of this one. No, and he didn't, so it's now 8-all. So a couple of opportunities have passed the players by. To reiterate one of the things I've been saying over the course of the weekend, it's backgammon is a game where you need to be aggressive most of the time. Yes, there are times when you need to be passive and play safely, but in the main, aggressive play will be rewarded. Looks like we've both got plenty of time on the clock. Yet another 6-5. He must have had at least 5 of those during the course of the match. Now you can just make the 21 points probably and play against White's rear checker. The alternative is the very different 13, 11, 6-5, which he's going to play, which duplicates 4s. But I quite like this play at 8-all. It's my style to play this sort of move. It makes it much more awkward for... If you play 24-21, there's plenty of space behind the anchor for White to dump checkers when he rolls badly. Here, oops. I think it's quite a nice play to make the slotting play here. White's got no board. But equally well, this gives you long-term equity. The race is basically even, takes away all the White's jokers. So maybe in retrospect, this is the better play. This could be duplication for duplication's sake, one of the things that Paul McGreal hated all his life. But it looks nice, but allows White a few jokers, which the other play does not. So what's the game plan? Here you've got priming potential. White really only has, I guess, he's got running potential, hitting and blitzing potential. So what's the answer? Oops, we're going back. After deep thought, he's made the 21 point. It gives white nothing, basically, and gives red a game plan of playing against white's rear checker. So the 5 is clear. He's going to come up with the 2 to try to escape because the race is very close. 5 and 4 is an ugly roll. He's going to play 4 and 5. This is sort of standard backgammon fare. As Roberti says in one of his other books, the last checker has to pay a premium to escape. So now are you hitting? So you can either play 24, yeah. It's nice to make the 5 point, but it's more difficult to play the other numbers. Here you probably just play 11 to 5. You're now behind in the race, so you want to build a board. Yeah. Like this play. Which one do you hit? You hit the slot on the 5 point fairly clearly, and then you run away. So we haven't had any complex back games or really complex prime against prime positions here yet. So you're going to come in and you're going to slot a point. Is it obvious which point you should slot? I come in on the 5, giving coverage of the outer board, and play 6 to 4, getting my checkers into play. Yeah, like this play. Four and 3, either hit twice or play 15 to 8. So he's taking advantage of red's blotting board to try and create some space to put his checkers into. It's a sort of mini blitz, not a real blitz, because red has an anchor anyway. So the 5 is clear. And you make the point. Now I play 13, 11. You can't play backgammon in a vacuum, so 15 to 13 would be wrong. Yeah, like the play. Not much to discuss there. 2, 3. So this gives Tobias a 2-way game plan. You can play a back game, but he can also win by going forwards if white rolls poorly. Double 5 is cocked. Double 5 this time is not cocked. So 1, 2. 3 and 1 for that. Yeah. Seems right. So now Tobias probably going to be forced into a 2-4 back game, which he won't mind because white's already made his ace point, so his timing's not quite so good. Except Tobias has rolled double 4, which is a bit quick. Going to make the 4 point, probably either play 13 to 9 or slot. I can make it 5 points, sorry, of course. Played my moves in the wrong order there. 4-3 makes the bar. White structure's a bit awkward. He's got 4 checkers on the 6 and 8 point without working for a living. This is great, just runs away. You play 13 to 7, you can leave that one there as an annoyance, because then if white rolls some numbers with 4s in, he doesn't want to hit and give red good timing. But he may be forced to do that. So here I would play 21, 16, 13 to 7. Yeah, I like the play. Checker home, 13 to 6. Red's board's just a little bit too strong to go to something fancy like 13, 11, 8, 3. White's structure is not great, and bringing this home is going to be difficult. So you can do 8, 3, but then your 2 is awkward. And sometimes you just have to play what the dice give you. Yeah, it's not a thing of beauty, but it'll do for now. 1, 2, 3, and I'd still leave that checker out on the 16 point and play 8 to 5 here. You want some pressure against white's midpoint so that he can't clear it comfortably. Hopefully nobody wanted to play 23, 20 there. I don't like this 3. but it's okay. There's not a lot of difference in it. Ooh, really? Is that legal? Killing a checker against the backgammon that early is going to could well cost him dearly later on. Or you can still leave that checker out there, although it could be hit and then red could have some funny entering numbers. But I want to keep the pressure on White's midpoint. I didn't like his last 4-1. He's now playing with 12 checkers against 15. So that's why you leave the checker on red's midpoint. This is going to be 6, and then 3 is going to come down. Yeah. So 6 is an 8. 15 numbers, I think. Oh, nice number. Double 6. Now you do that and you slot the bar because you've still got to escape the rear checkers. So you need to make the bar or the 2 points because you need to create the time to escape the other 2 checkers. I think this is the right play, and if White fans, you've got potentially an interesting cube decision to make because of White's structure. It's entirely possible. Hello, what's going on here? I think you've got to make the bolder play. Oops, 3-1 cocked. Two, 4. That's not a good roll. And this is double pass. That 2-4 has killed White's chances in this game. You'd have to have some very pink coloured spectacles to take this one. You're going to lose quite a lot of gammons if you take this one. None of these dubious doubles have been taken, and that can be added to the mix. So it's now 9-8. So we are slowly creeping towards 15. There's been no gammons. There's been no 4 cubes. Tobias has had 4-1 as an opening roll a few times. 5-1 is going to be easy to play down and split. Yeah. Only on 1. It's not. I think the right move here is 23-18, 9-8. Duplicate 6s, gets the rear checkers going. I don't want to play 13-8, 9-8 here. I don't want to play 6-1, 23-22. So you can do this. That's the other play, I guess. Sevens and 8s hit. 3-2. So you can make the advanced anchor. Seems fair. Red's got to tidy up all of these blocks. So now you can make 2 points and tidy up all the blocks. Really? Okay, you can do this. Sure that I would want to give White the opportunity to get ahead in the race. It's entirely possible. advantage of getting ahead in the race. And hit 1. Well, it looks as if you can make a point, but then that's 2 and this is 4. So yeah. 4-1. Looks like you're making the 5 point. White's game plan is clear. He's going to run away if he can. There you go. He's leaving. Yeah. Leaves 11s and 4s. And plus double 6 as well. Double 5. Interesting roll. You can make 2 points. You can do this. You can do that. You do this and then you do the race. Obviously, you can count quicker than I can. Right, so now it's time to do the count. And also, red has got a strong board and a shot. The race is level, within 2 or 3 pips. I think you can apply O'Hagan's law here. Basically says if the position is even, but you've got a single shot, then you should double. The basis behind, and particularly when there's a gammon threat. So any ace here puts red under significant gammon danger. That's a great cue. Well done, Tobias. So, and he's taken. So for once, right, and there's the ace. So now we're going to have some fun. 1, 2. Probably right. The 2 gives an ended builder. So white's in big gammon danger. So it was a great cue. The best cue of the match, I think, for me so far. Right. So, if, ooh, close. 1, 2. Now what? 3 and 4. Seems fair. Yeah. So each roll that white stays out radically increases the gammon danger. 1, 6. So you can't, yeah, you probably come out. You probably have to come out. So 6s and 7s. That's a 7. So white could do with a double 2, really. Double 6, not good. So massively powerful position now for red. Even more so. 1, 2, 3, full prime. Okay, you should potentially look at making the 2 point there. This locks up the game, but the gammon is not locked up yet. So now he's going to hit with any 1s, 3, he may even hit with some 6s. So 1 and 2 down, yeah. 2 and 1. This is play A. So this creates the unlikely possibility of white creating a prime. Yeah, the other play is just to come in and start getting your checkers in as quickly as possible. But in that scenario, red's going to hit loose with only 4 anyway. So you might as well try this. Things could turn around. Now you just go, that's fine. But So I go back to 2 rolls ago. Tobias, I think, played too quickly. He should have looked at whether he needed to make the 2 point and possibly leave a 17-1 shot for white. So what's he going to do here? You just want to get the checkers home as quickly as possible. And this is ugly. I might have wasted. He doesn't want us to leave too many blocks in board because then if red hits in board and white hits back. But I think it's worth doing this. Try and keep red honest. I'd love to hit. Yeah. Now the gammon is disappearing over the horizon. So, 5, yeah. So unless manages red engineers to pick another checker, this will probably be a single game. Oh, ignore that remark for the moment. So it won't pick up another checker, but this gives him a good gammon opportunity. So, and this is a great bearing number, it gives him perfect structure. That is a great roll. Takes another checker off before he has to open the board. Rip it. The gammon is close. Yeah. Right. Okay, now white needs a 6, certainly within the next 2 rolls, or he's going to be very uncomfortable. Staying out. Big double would not work. Okay. That's correct because he's got an even number of checkers left. He'll come in on the 4 down with the 6. 4 on 5 on a 6-1, and red will think it's not his day. I think you hit here because the times that white, the extra checker off doesn't make as much difference as when white fans. So I learned this to my cost at the Brighton tournament many years ago. So let's see. Did it roll an ace? No. And he'd have been hit with my play. So on this occasion, whether I was right or wrong, I was definitely wrong. Glass was definitely right. 10 profit. Oops. So red will need 1 big double to bring home the gammon here, or white will have to roll very badly. Still hasn't got it. You don't roll 4-1, 4-2, 6-3. Got to take a crossover here. The question is, do you play 7-4 or 9-6? If you don't play 7-4, then you could lose a gammon by rolling double 4. I think this is probably right. 3-1. So, as I said a few moments ago, 5-4. Everything gets off next time. You play to the 4 point. Doesn't really matter. That's wrong, but a wrong way, because now any ace loses the gammon. You'll find it in a minute. You just stuff 2 checkers onto the 4 point and every roll gets you off. No, it doesn't. Sorry, there's 2-1 to consider. I think whatever you do, 2-1 doesn't get a checker off. Yeah. Here you have what I often criticize some of my students for. They take an hour to work out a bear off, where the right play and the wrong play is about a 1% difference, and yet in complex positions, they play moves very quickly. So it's right to get it right, but you should be able to see that any roll other than 2-1. Doesn't get a checker off. Double two will be all right. Double one is all right. Yeah. We'll see if red can roll double five or double six. Ooh, 6-5. Right. Now, 2-1 would be an absolute nightmare for Ricardo. That's okay. Yeah, so that's the end of that game. It is 11-8 to Tobias. Here we go. I think they're going straight on. Don't think they're taking a break. Tobias is taking a stretch, which is a good idea. In a long match, you should always get up and walk around a little bit. It's good for you. Oh, looks like we might be taking a break. Ooh. Right, Tobias is staying at the table. We'll just stay here for a moment or two to see what's going on. Tobias is now leaving the table. I'm going to put myself on silent, take a short break myself. I'll be back as soon as the players are back. Looks like the players are re-entering the arena, setting up the checkers. Looks a reminder that the score is 11-8 to Tobias Hellweg of Germany against the 8 points of Ricardo Malas of Lebanon. I'm just waiting for my screen to go a little bit bigger than it is. Play is underway. 6-1. Okay. Sorry, 6-2. I have trouble reading the dice. So I'm just going to ping the guys to give me a bigger screen. Okay. So what have we got here? B2, easy to play. Slightly points got a slightly odd structure with 3 checkers on the 22 point. I quite like, so white's got 10 checkers in the zone, red is leading. If he does this, he can then concentrate on offense, particularly the only other play is to come in and hide the checker on the, probably to play 10 to 8, which gives red. This is just slightly big, but I think it's probably okay. This gives him 7s, 3s, 5s. He's got the better board. I quite like this leading the match. The trouble with running with a 4 from the rear is looks like I'm going to play 8-4 and 20. You do this, where's the ace? So you can duplicate 3s, quite like this. Put some checkers where you want them. No real danger because you've got an anchor. 6-1s, pretty obvious. Yeah, I like that last play by Ricardo. One. That last play, the 4-1, has enabled him to build a very strong position. Again, this is pretty obvious because red needs to escape from behind white's prime. Well, 6-3 runs a checker away, but which probably play 3. Now you're going to hit. So white has the better board, can take advantage. He's got an anchor, so he can take advantage and be aggressive. 4. So white, with this sequence of plays, has enabled red to improve his anchor. Another 6-3. And he's going to run away, threatening to make trying to make the bar point more than 9 point. 6-4, not quite so good. Oh, sorry, yes, of course. I'm just operating on a slightly smaller screen than usual for the next few minutes until we correct this, so I'm occasionally not going to have trouble with the dice roll. 4-3, the 7 that doesn't hit. So you can do this. You could also swap to play 11-7, 8-5 because of the blot on red's 2 points. I don't think he looked at that. Now this is going to be 2 down, I think. So red's keeping all checkers in play. If it's 2-1, you can play it to 42 and 13 to 12. That's one option. Because again, red's got a blocked inboard. White needs to improve. I can also, it's double one. We apologise. Right. So this looks correct. 5-1 is a great roll for red, obviously making the 5 point. 6-5. 6-5. Yeah. Other option was to run, but who's going to break first here? 3, 2. Mutual holding game. Normally, the first person to give up the anchor loses, or sorry, is at a disadvantage. 6 and 3. Not the time to go. Looks like 11 to 5, 4 to 1 if that is a 6-3. And I've missed a double 6. Sorry, whilst playing around with my computer screen. So 6-3 doesn't look like the time to go. So White's got one roll left before his board disintegrates. Red can play safely all of his numbers, pretty much. So this is the moment of maximum torque, maximum pressure, whatever you want to call it. White could lose his market in the next exchange of rolls, because if White's board crashes, he's going to have trouble making a game of it. White's got a tiny lead in the race. Sorry, Red's got a tiny lead in the race. And he's cubed. Excellent. Good cube. Big pass, I think, because White needs too many good things to happen for him to win the game. Yeah, it's fine. 12-8. Oh. So Tobias now has a pretty substantial lead. And because he has a substantial lead, he's run with a 6-4. I believe he's the correct tactic, but he's been hit with a double 2. So, on screen is about to get bigger, so it's quite better. Right, double 3. Right, everything is now clear to me. 4-3 will get better. Let's see how we do. Hit, standard early game hitting. And because of the score, it's going to be double. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 checkers in the zone. 5s are duplicated, so despite the score, I suspect that this is a mistake. But he needs to think about it because it's a key point in the match, obviously. White's checkers are not ideal, so I think this is a good take. 2, so that's a good point. I think there's definitely a double on the take, so it's interesting. It's stretching. Oh, sorry, I missed one last. 3 checkers on the bar, so an ace would be good. He's got an ace. If red can get an anchor, 2-6 is not great. He's going to play 2 and cross the 6, I think. Yeah. Yeah. What does he want to do next? He wants to make the 5 point. Oh, sorry, red's got 2 on the bar, so this is slightly better because it's a builder for more points and it's the checkers more nicely. 4. Okay. So red's got an anchor, is in the game forever, so I'll be happy with that. 6-2 makes the 5 point. Plus the last move was fully justified. Now 1 and 4 is horrible. It's all right. So yeah, red now needs to get one of those checkers on white's ace point back into the game. 6-3 can make 10 point. You can bring 2 checkers down to potentially try to make the bar, which is really his objective. It would be nice to get one of the red checkers going, but here he does it, making the bar point. If you play 24-18, then you've got to play 9-8. He gives the white total control of the outer board, so despite the fact that it makes them one, I think you've got to do this. I think this is a better play. You've got to strive for an advanced anchor despite the gammonness of doing so. So I like this play. Yes, it has risk, but it has reward. If it gets hit, you can hopefully anchor on the 1 or 2 point. He's got all the checkers in play, pointing right to the place. White's obviously a big favourite. But by making this move, red's taking some action, trying to turn the game around, I think, making the bar just allows white total freedom. Yeah, so I think it's a really good play. Doesn't always hit. 5-3 is a complete airball. So I'll probably just run the rear checker away, but we would have hoped to have hit that. Oh, sorry, you can hit with the 5-3, therefore it's a hit. Gammon's can't got it. Apologies for missing the play. Yeah. Okay, so key moment, great number. So now what? You might hit back again. Yes, you can. Go ahead. Got to keep hitting. You're 12 days down. Gammon's count double. Excellent play. Well done. Small and large required. That's a bad mistake. Gammon potential now. 5-4, huge gammon potential. Back of the game. Yeah, making 23 point is correct. You lose far fewer gammons from the 23 point than you do from the 8 point. So that's the 6th one that doesn't hit. So now what are you trying to do? You're still trying to make the bar point, if you can. So you can play 15-8, keep pressure on red's checkers. You can play 20-14, giving red quite a few shots. I think I wanted to escape one of those two red checkers here. If this is a 6, and it's also the 1. Whoa, double 5, wow. Yep, that was a simple game plan now. Two of them going to be forced, I think. Actually, not quite. Yeah, but at least one of them has to come off there. 2. Now, one of those checkers, you can bring both checkers down or one checker in. So I think I'd be wanting to attack the red checker that's on my ace point. So we'd be playing 15-3, right? But equally well, this is not bad because now if red hits with a 1 or a 2, so 2 and 4. Hitting looked a bit big. 7s and 8s hit. In small numbers, small doubles switch. That does nothing. You bring 2 in from outside. Right. Vice definitely wants an ace. So I'm going to safety that block. So now he's only got 1 block exposed. His gammon risk is lower. There's some funny 6s for white here. Again, if Tobias can roll 6, not that 6. White's still going to hit the 1s and 4s. Double 3. And switch points there, I think, 1, 2. I think this is the right play. Not too much choice there, unless he felt like slotting the 4 point, which would be unnecessarily big. Mind you, this is 4, 5, 4, 6, 4, 2, 4, 3, so that's 8 numbers. The other way is 11 numbers and only 1 block. So actually it needs to be considered. And also if you slot the point, you win more gammons, doesn't it? 4 point more quickly. Let's say that. 1, 2, 6, 2, and 5 to 1. What's that to think now? And can play 5 to 1 twice, making himself perfectly safe. Here's 9. Well, you played 6-2 preceding roll up with the clears, but you'll win more gammons the longer you pulse his board. You pick and pass and increase your gammon potential and get yourself even on the high points. And given it's close, I think you should do that. 3 is probably not that important, but I'd still take a crossover with 13 to 10. But... Ooh, gap has appeared. Also, is not wasting any pets. 12, 12 numbers need a shot. 4142, 5152, 6162. Third of the rolls. 5-3 is perfectly right. Now we're in a gammon saving race. 5 is 5. Don't waste a pit. I think it's wrong to waste pit this early. We'll come back to haunt him. That's probably good enough to save again. 54, yeah. So now White's going to have to put in some pretty sensational rolling to win again. That's some pretty sensational rolling. So it still needs one, at least one more double as to stay. Yeah. Another double, puts the pressure on. Let's see what the Fargo can produce. 5-4. This is correct because if White rolls a double, at least gives you a chance to get check off with any 6. That's a double. Right, even 6-1, 6-2 are not good enough, so that looks like a gammon. So it's now 12 all, and we've got a 3-point match for this undefeated final. So, fairway, standard strategy for both players. You double slightly early and you drop slightly early as the losing player, because getting Crawford is incredibly useful. It doesn't win you the match. It's not quite as good, obviously, as winning the match. But it's very powerful. How are we doing on the clock? It's like plenty of time left still. Double 1. This is a doubling advantage at this score, provided White doesn't do anything. Well, double 4. Good response. The primes are equal. Not probably just about held off the cue. I think you do this and you do that. Yeah. Glenn's aiming at the 8-point. 6-3 is ugly because you can't move either of the rear checkers. You can't hit, so you have to do this. Double 2 makes a 9-point and then creeps up. Think about the last one a bit longer. 24-22 looked right to give an escape hole. Here he was just purely trying to create builders to make the 8-point. 4-3 is useful. I'd have been pointed off, but there we go. So who's winning the timing battle? So now you can slot the 8-point, or you can play it 2 down. Or you can come up, and you can come down. You can take in 4, 21, 13, 29, and 13, the other 7. I think I would be concentrating on making the 8-point, play 13, 29, 13 to 10. Oh, sorry, I've forgotten that the cube was available. So now, this is where you take 2 or 3 minutes to think about the cube. So twos and threes are good. I think, yeah, it's prime against prime. I think red has a very slight edge. You can do this, or you can swap the 8-point. So red has the timing advantage. So this is probably, I don't like this play. That takes a builder away from the 8-point. So surely, yeah, 13 to 11. I mean, this is the better play. White desperately needs a 1 or a 2. Got to split with a 1, in which case 10 to 6 is the only 4. Yeah. This looks like, what are we doing here? Probably, if you do this, then it's 6-2 and 6-5. So, you need the checkers to be working, so I like this plan. I think 13-6 is a bit stiff. He's given the cube away, so he can only win by playing his checkers well. White needs a 6, really needs a 6, not a 5-3. So that was a very poor roll for white, could neither advance nor escape. 6 and 1. So looks like looking 7 for this play. Yeah. Now that's only 5-4. Sorry, 6-4 is a hitting number. Not going to read on, obviously. 5-2 is a great number. It's an escape number. Yeah, absolutely. This is not even close. You've got to play this. So 1s and 4s hit. That's a 4. 1, 2, 3. And 1 for luck. Now, where does the 1? I think you have to do this. You need as many builders as possible. So white now has the timing advantage. Now, look, I wonder if that was or this position is a redouble because, right, well, ignore that. 2 and up. I still think that position merited looking at. Sixes, threes, twos, fives very well for red here. I mean, quite a few gammons both ways. That double 3, 1, 2. And I think you do 3, and I think you leave the checker on the 8-point because you need time to escape the other checkers. It duplicates aces, and aces are no good to red on the other side of the board. So I think you have to do this. Again, you've cubed, you can only win with the checkers. This is my play. The slotting, I think, is wrong, obviously. I prefer the other play, but who's to say? Again, XG analysis afterwards will answer the question. Red is now reliant on a 5 or 6 on the next roll, and his aces no longer play well. So I think you have the 5 is great, 4 is obviously force. He still needs another 2 though. 5-3. So now he'd have had 5s and 1s. 6-5, you're going to swap the ace point. This could get quite interesting in a couple of rolls' time if red doesn't roll a 2. That's a good hit for white. 4 is great, whatever the other number is, right? 3. Now fours, fives, and sixes will play well for red, and even twos as well. So crucial role coming up now. Five is five and one is one. Yeah. Again, now red has got some timing. So if white doesn't roll an ace, red's white is in a lot of trouble. 5-4 staying out. Threes and fours are good. Twos are good. That's part A. Now he just needs to check how his big doubles play. This is all right. Double five plays, double four plays, double six plays. Two, what a number. Wow. Yeah. So now any five or six. So 4-1. It's getting a bit squeaky over there. Four. I think we play 5-4 and then double four is okay. Double three is okay. We don't play nearly so well the other way. I think you have to play 5-4 here. We don't like this play. 5-4, got away with it. So now double six works perfectly. 1, 2, 3 off. And 5-1. Okay, so now if red can roll 6-2 is all right. It only leaves four bad numbers. It's not three bad numbers, sorry. White in a lot of trouble after going toe to toe with Tobias all the way through. Is in a great deal of trouble. Now, 6 and 2, okay. Six bad numbers next time for red. So if he manages not to leave a shot here, which that's rolled really well, he's a huge favourite now to win gammon and match. 5, there's one checker in. Anything without a 1 will probably do for Tobias. 4-2 is okay. Now he probably wants white to come in here. But he doesn't. Ace he does. 4 and 1 checker in. So white is going to need at least one big double and possibly two to save the match here. 1, take the back checker out. Okay, I'm afraid it looks like curtains for Ricardo. He'll have to go into the fighters bracket. I think here you just run the rear checker and we do with we try to make the fives good, I think. Okay. This could be the end. This could be the last roll, depending on what he rolls. Should get two crossovers. Yeah. 2, 5, you cross, and then double 4 doesn't work, but double 5 does. I think you can only get double 5 and double 6 because he's got an empty 4 point. I don't think there's any play of that 5-2 that gets him the chance to get a checker off with double 4 next time. Okay, last chance saloon, double 5 or double 6 to extend the match. Ooh, for the 6. So good match, played in good spirit, lots of interesting decisions, perhaps some questionable decisions. I hope you've enjoyed listening to this for the last couple of hours. And now it's time for the commentator to take a break and a well-earned rest. And I will be back, I think, at 4 p.m. Gibraltar time. So bye-bye for now.
intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones lay in flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones lay in flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. our shoulders, enveloped. We almost forget to breathe. Still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. Creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget.
Oh. Good afternoon. Once again, this is Chris Bray commentating from London. We now have a Masters Fighters quarterfinal. We've seen Ricardo this morning, losing narrowly to Tobias Hellweg of Germany, who won the undefeated bracket. So, Francisco Kendall is from Portugal, I believe. It's not someone I know. Let's see how it goes. This is a 9-point match, so this is 2 minutes per point. There's an opening 6-1 for Francisco, making the bar point. And 6-2 in reply, he just run away. Down and split. Standard backgammon fair so far, no excitement. And this morning's very long match. So it was one gammon, which was the last game. Every other cue finished on either 1 or 2. So there were undoubtedly some opportunities missed during the course of that match. Now, what are we going to do here? We can come down and play 24-22. We can make a deflection play of hitting with the 5 and playing 24-22. And you can play 13-8, 23-21, but that gives 2 scores and 6s. This is the other deflection play. Basically, you give up a 1. Now, the only problem with plays like this is that the rear checkers have been separated. They're about to be brought back together, mind you. So 4 and 6, great return shot for Francisco. Probably a slight edge, depending on how white comes in. 4 and 6, that's an awkward roll. And minimize his shots by coming out. 13-7 is probably a little bit big. This is going to be hit with 5 and down with a 6, creating builders for the inner board points and not giving your opponent a good 6. So yes, you could run away with the 6, but that gives a lot of returns. I like this play, aiming to make the 5 or 4 point next time. Leaves only double 5 and 4-6 from the bar. Now, the other play, I think, interesting. So this is a well-known tactic whereby you put 2 blocks into a place where if one is hit, you can make an anchor on the other one. 13 checkers in the zone, so, and with 1 checker back, I would certainly have considered cubing there. And again, there've been a lot of early cubes missed in the commentary that we've done so far from Gibraltar this year, which is basically a hallmark of the modern game. Cubes are getting earlier and earlier, and the top players are finding cubes where none existed before. I know, listening to Mishy's videos that he does from time to time, I know he doubles earlier than a great number of people. And given he's one of the top players in the world, he's probably right. So here we have a situation, and here comes the cube. Now this should be a take because 4s are great. Red will have a slight lead in the race. 4 and 6. So I would bring 2 down here and not worry. I'm not going to give my opponent a good 6 and 1 by coming out. So this seems entirely logical. Red is aiming his checkers at the 5 point, it failing that the 3 point. If 5-4 is an absolute godsend. So in with the 5 and think about the 4. He's going for the more aggressive. He owns the cube, so it's an interesting play here because he could make the 20 point completely nullify Red's attack and play against Red's lone rear checker. Red's got a lot of work to do to tidy all of this up. So he could play 24-20, 10-8 here. This is the completely safe version, maintaining his lead. So yes, it's perfectly fine, but I would have taken the time to look at other moves. 6-2 makes the bar. Okay, now Red needs to escape that last checker, having cubed. And now he's got to come up. Now you come under 4 guns because basically if you only go to the 2, yeah, this is fine. White is not favourite to point on you. Even if he does point on you, you've got an awful lot of play left. 5-3 is pretty horrible. You're probably going to hit with the 3. You could make the 3 point, but then Red just runs away. So this seems an entirely logical game plan. 5s are good for Red, but things like 1-6 are not. 5-2 is great. 5 and 64, yeah. So big edge to Red, but depends what number White comes in with. This is going to be another hit. Yeah. Another hit. And again, no need for dramatics. Don't need to slot here and display 74. Yeah. Are we going to get another hit? Let's have a look. Oh, we are, and a hit with a vengeance. So 2-3. Might be a bit big to play 13-10. I might tidy up one of the blocks and play 8-5 here. This looks in, again, you've still got 4 builders for the 4 point. And now you're going to get the return hit the other way now. Because if you just play 4-1 or 7-4, White will attack. If you hit, you duplicate 3s, you take a tempo away. It's pretty standard backgammon tactics. And of course, if you hit, White can't hit and make a point unless he rolls double three or something like that. So three. I think if you're winning the race, I think you probably want to come in on the 4 point and hit with the three rather than come in with the three and oh, that looks like a very passive play. Double four, it's going to pay for it. So basically, white should still be on the bar after that last roll with red in a commanding position. And are we going here or are we going to make the 2 point? This is not unreasonable. So, yeah. So white has got away with a very poor play, basically. Six and two. Oops, I was going to say that didn't look legal. So now you want another builder for the, oh, sorry, that's come from further back than I thought to be. One, make the point. Okay. So now white has got to contain the red checker. Needs ideally to make the bar. You can point on him. Whoops, he's going to miss this if he's not careful. Hopefully he's about to see the correct play. He should point on the ace point. Don't think he's going to see it. He's not going to see it. So the best you can say about this play is it's legal. Yeah. So they've stopped the clock. They've probably got a query about the position. So whether they have to call the referee over, I'm not sure. So just hang on for a minute while the players and/or tournament director resolve this. A lot of gesticulation going on. I'm afraid I do not know what the problem is. Both players talking to somebody off screen, so likely to be harder for the tournament director. It's possible we'll have to look back at the video to see what the starting position was. The clock has been stopped. So apologies for this. Nothing we can do except sit. It'd be interesting if they deem this to be an illegal play and put the checkers back to where they were, whether Ricardo will find the right move, which was to point on the ace point. does look as if they're going back to check the position before that double four was played. Ah, we're back and he's found the right play. Interesting. That would have been a game winner if you hadn't found one. Play now. When are you going to redouble? People always redouble these too late. So we need to do some arithmetic in a moment or two. 4, 5, that will stop the redouble for the moment. Now, swap the 3 point here, I think, with the 5. Obviously, you're not coming in. Red is approximately 2 pips up, I think. White is going to hit with, not this one. Now, how do you play this? I think that's going to be the 1. And then you're going to play 16 to 11. You're not going to bring anything in range of red's rear checker. So, this looks pretty much forced. Now, can the red escape? So, the 7 would be magnificent. 9 does not escape. Now you make the 3 points, I think. As a deterrent against white sitting loose, but white was still a bit loose given the opportunity. So 7s, 8s, and 9s for white. That's an 8. Okay, so the whole game rests on this next roll. Pretty much. Rolls a 4, he's got gammon chances, now he's lost. So redouble, please. Why is he rolling? Surely he must redouble. Thank you. This is a pass. 7 and 8s and 9s cover. Small numbers like 2, 1, 3, 1, he can cover. And then red will have a 5 point board to come into, which he's not favourite to do, and white will go ahead and win the race. So I would be more than surprised if this redouble was taken. I would not be thinking long about this as red, I have to tell you. Again, I don't know we've seen Ricardo play earlier this morning. He played relatively well. I was a little bit nervous. There were missed cubes and missed plays. So looked around to be playing around about a PR of 6 at a guess. And this guy I don't know at all. The fact that he's thinking about taking this, I find worrying. Because when you look at positions like this, the longer you look at it, the more you worry about the guy actually taking the redouble. So, added to all the other problems, Red's got an open 5-point for the bail rush. So, White's count is 87. So he's 4 pips behind in the race. He's on the bar. His opponent's got 7s, 8s, and 9s to cover, plus a myriad of small doubles and small numbers. 4-1, for example, covers. So this is so far from a potential take that you have to worry that he's thinking about actually taking. And luckily for him and for us, he's dropped. So that's 2-0 to Ricardo. The other question is, was it the redouble the time before Red entered from the bar? Most of these positions are redoubles. People don't understand how difficult it is to escape a single checker from a 5-point board when your opponent's got lots of checkers in the outer boards. 5 and 1. Six five. Ricardo spent all morning rolling 6-5 lovers leaps early on. He's obviously developed a technique for this. Here we make the 3-point. White, again with a simple strategy, run away. Not with that though, just makes the 4-point. Now, yeah, I think you run away this time. You've got the inferior board, so I think this is the right play. Four is 4, hitting. 6 is out. Trying to escape the last checker and get it home. Better to leave to this 6 than the 6 on the other side of the board. 4-3 is an ugly roll. So you can play 24 to 20. You can play 8-4, 6-2 I don't like. You can play 13 to 9. I prefer this play. Makes the bar. Oh, I can hit twice. Actually, hitting twice probably better because Red has got a bottom board. Always remember, you have to look at all 4 quadrants of the board before you make a decision about to play. 6-5. Okay. Edging into cubing country, but not quite there maybe. 3-2, you make the point. Yeah. Now if he fans, you've got a double. 6-5, completely different game. Now Red has an anchor, long-term equity, and it is White who might be struggling if he doesn't roll a 4. That's a 4. 2 down. He's actually got 4 checkers on his midpoint. Double 4. Now think. Okay, we're not going to think. That's fine. 3. 6 down. Yeah. So I don't mind if people don't double, but in a situation where there's been an equity swing, you absolutely have to take the time to think it through. And you then come up with the conclusion. Now it's interesting because while he was still on the bar, it was probably a bigger double. So White still has a lot of work to do to bring this home. 11 checkers in the attack round. If he points on the 3-point, he will have lost his market. But if he doesn't, then Red has still got a lot of play ability. But of course, we don't know Francisco, so we don't know how well he understands or will play this position. Trying possibly to get this into XG. My gut feel is that this is a take, he's taken. White has a great deal of work to do to win the position. That helps immeasurably, obviously. One checker in. If you get the other checker in, then he's fine. This makes the 9-point, I think. So you can make the 9-point or you can make the 11-point. Now, long term, the 11-point is harder to clear. But this is obviously, this duplicates 2s as well, so may well be right. Double 6, not good. 4-3, you're going to make the 10-point, I think. The trouble is, you make the outer points. Firstly, they're good for providing landing points for their checkers in. They're bad because you subsequently have to clear them to bring the game home. That's very useful. It's going to make the bar point 3 times, I think. You could duplicate 2s and do this, only 5-2 and double 2. It's easier to bring this home than making the bar, so it's going to be a very close decision. 3-1. Now Red is in significant cannon danger. Let's come in and close call with the 6 because he could play 13-7 because you want to board as quickly as possible. So you could hit, but this looks right. Okay, just roll it all home. You could play to the 11-point twice. You could slot a point and bring one down. All of the plays will be close. The big question you have to ask is, do you do this and bring up the goalkeeper? So that takes a lot of pressure off White. It's very easy for White to bear checkers in. 5-4. Okay. So now Red probably wishes that he still has the checker on the White's 2-point, because at best he's going to get a single shot here. So this is going to be 13-8 and 6-5, I think, or it could be 12-7 actually. You need to build a board as quickly as possible. Because if you get a shot and hit it, you want the strongest board possible. 3-2. Now really, hello, we're going to do pay me now, pay me later. So any 3 makes it interesting. 4-1 and 2-2. That's probably a pretty good play with that 3-2 because Red really has no board. And from here, White should get home comfortably. And Red has so many outfield checkers that there is a lot of cannon potential. So now red should not be wasting any pips. So I think you just play 16, 11. It's all right, but now you've wasted one pip, and now you haven't taken a crossover. So bad technique on both parts of that roll, I think. 3, and then make the point. Yeah. Only 6-2 is bad for white. 6 is 6. Don't waste too many pips. Just play 13-9 or 16-12. Either is okay. Five two. It's getting a bit skinny. Now 8 bad numbers for white. 6-1, 6-2, 5-1, 5-2. Again, don't waste any pips. The gammon, one big double from white, and the gammon rears its ugly head. So probably just 16-12. Then. Yeah. Right, see if we can roll one of his bad numbers for a bit of fun for the spectators. That's one of his bad numbers. Right, an ace for red to make the game exciting. That's an ace. And now you play 12-9. Yeah. Now, if you're red, what you should be thinking about is, when am I going to redouble? So it's got 2s, 4s, 5s, and 6s here to point. It will still be a take at the moment, certainly. And it's probably not a redouble. Red's got a lot of work to do here, yeah. But no, here it comes. Right. So, at last, a pressure cube. And a drop. Really? Okay, right. The threat of hitting was enough for Ricardo to drop there. I suspect Red's recube was strong, but I don't think it was a pass. Okay, so sorry, I missed the first couple of rolls here. Looks like a fairly even position at the moment. I think you're going to split it back. This 1, 2. Okay. So I've tried to recreate that last 3 doubles as closely as I could. It was a good double, but it was a take, I believe. This is going to be a very short game unless white does something pretty useful. If he comes in on a 2-point, you can think about it. If he stays out, it's the end. So now, are you going to double? So you've got 9s. Yeah, nice double. Nice take. Double 3. Switch points, 5-2 twice, and then think about the other 2. That's 2 of them. Yeah. Now you bring a checker down, 13-10, and you probably play 11-8 to create another attacker. Close call. Double 2, not great. Something that makes a point is good. They split at the back, 1-2, and you play 11-9 so that it acts upon. So that's 2 of them, and now you play 24-22 because you can't improve the front checkered position. 24-22 gives you some 7s to hit in the outer board. Yeah, this looks good. Five. Red will hit with anything he can. Twos, fours, fives, eights. Four, one, two, three, and 24-20, I would think. Just as a proportion against double five. Could play 13 to 9, but then double five is an anti-joker, whereas 24-20 threatens to pick up another checker. 10 to 6 obviously isn't the right, because that checker's already working on the 4 point. Okay, so there's taking a small risk to create an extra builder. I've learned over the years to beware of anti-jokers, so I must admit I'd have played 24-20 there. Double three, dice are the wrong way up, at least as far as white is concerned. Two. Two is, we like the two. And then you play, yeah, this 6, 9 to 6, sorry. Yeah. So now his fives, which don't work on his own side of the board, work on the other side very nicely. Double five. Fans. Going to hit with a 5. And I think you come up with the 4. I'm all for joker prevention, so yeah, nice plan. Now, even double 4 is not necessarily a game saver. So 2s, 3s, and 5s, but not 5, 4. Can't actually get another checker into position. I'll probably play 20 to 11 here. Gets you off double 4 for a start. Yeah, and it gives you some indirect numbers to hit on the 4 point if white happens to come in. No, not going well for Ricardo. 5 and 4. So again, you can't create any new. You can give yourself a good double 6 by playing 15 to 10. So that's 4. Now you've only got 3 attackers on the 4 point. I'm sure he can do better. He's got 3 at the moment. They can't get more than 3 direct numbers. I'd be tempted to play 15 to 10, 11 to 7, but this is okay. Staying out. 1s, 2s, and 3s. Good numbers. 5 and 1. Well, at least you can get an extra attacker now by playing 11 to 10. That's 2 off the. He plays. So this guards against a bad double 6. If he played 11 to 6, double 6 would have left a couple of blocks. So maybe he saw that. We'll never know. 4 and 3. So 3 and 4. 5 to 2. You still want to make the 4 point if you can. It's not essential, but it stops white rolling a joker. And again, this is still all right. You're going to win a gammon unless something goes seriously odd. So joker prevention is a good idea. But he would have made the point with that 3-2 roll. Now he's going to have to continue indefinitely. So could end up leaving a shot. So a tiny risk last time would have avoided a long-term risk now. So you do this, and then you just do 7 to 3. Yeah, you don't take a checker off because the gammon is guaranteed, so you don't leave any anti-jokers. Again, straight in for white. Yep. So red can play this very, very carefully. Okay, so red's got a pure bear-off structure and very unlikely to leave a shot. It requires 6-1-5 on a 4-1 followed by a double. It's a very small percentage. 2 off, and you'll be safe for another 3 rolls. 3, 3. 3. Probably good enough to save the triple game, but not enough to save the double game. Well, you can at least give this a go. I think Red's got 7 checkers left. 2, 3. Okay, okay. The white needs a minimum of 13 crossovers. So it's basically just not going to happen. Statistically, he now cannot save the gammon, so we'll just watch the death throws of white's position. And soon he'll realise that he can't actually do anything, and he has, and conceded. So it's 6-2 to Francisco. Yeah. Stop the clock. Francisco has taken a break, so that means I get to take a break as well. I'll see you as soon as the players return. Ricardo is looking a bit despondent there, having lost to Tobias this morning and now finds himself 6-2 behind in the fighters bracket. So he needs to regroup and hopefully come back all the stronger and try to catch up this deficit. But So Francis goes back. It's time to restart the match. He's leading 6-2 to 9. This is the fighters quarterfinal. So what do you do when you're leading 6-2? Well, you'd love an undouble gammon to get into the quarter game. You have to be a little bit shy about doubling because obviously the cube will come back very quickly if you double at 6-2. There won't be much excuse. This is a theme of the day in so much as Ricardo has been rolling 6 5s all day. So 4-5 is a great number. Double 2, good number. Yeah, so nice response. 3-1, nice and easy to play. 5-2 would be an optimal number. Double 3 is definitely going to make the 5 point. And then play 13 to 10, I would imagine. Yeah. So, lovely roll. So, white has only got one check to escape, but red has got a beautiful structure. So here, yeah, 4-3 could have played. Okay. 4. Now, this might be a switching play to stop. So you can play 6-2 twice, 13 to 5. That's the switch play. Otherwise, you're playing 3 down and 1 in, but then, yeah, I quite like this. I mean, I think now you play 13 to 5. Or, no, sorry, play 13 to 5. Yeah, duplicating the 1. This is a nice play. 4-3. That's a great 2. And now down with the 5. Red has gained some time with this switching play. So can white now come in? No. 7s and 9s are now good for red. It's premature to cube at this score. 3 and 1. So the 1, I think, comes up because that unduplicates the 6. 24, 23, and then you play 8 to 5. Don't, yeah, so that's, and now 24, 23, that makes 4s, 5s, and 6s good. Yeah, nice play. Pick dice up. So again, white desperate to come in. Ricardo fails again. 7s and some 8s. 4-2, out you come. 4 with the 4. Probably keep going with the 2 because you don't want to do anything on the other side. And fans again. And you could double. Now you're playing for an undouble. 5-3 is fantastic. Now it's definitely playing for the undouble gammon to get into 8-2. Good 6. A lot of tension in the position at the moment. Pick and pass with a lot of 2 and 3s. You can hit with 9s and 10s as well. 10. 1, 2. You're going to hit, I think, yeah. 1. You're going to hit. I think you're going to hit. 1, 2, 3. I think you hit and 4. So white desperately needs a 6, so he's going to be in real trouble. And he's found for about four rolls now. In with a 1, useful, at least. 2s and 3s make the point. 5 and to 2. And now you probably play 9 to 4. Yeah. And he's got the 1. So now the question, you have to readjust your game plan as red once this has happened. Are you still going to be playing for a gammon? There's a fair number of gammons here, but now, of course, there are an increased number of losses when you get hit. Certainly for this roll, he's fine. It's 9 to 3, and then probably 5 to 4. So now double 6 plays safely, and double 5 plays safely. Okay. And again, no roll that leaves a shot here. So it's fine. 2 is 2. I'll probably play 8 to 5, I think. Okay, you want to clear the 6 points as quickly as possible in situations like this. It's going to make the 3 point. It does have to worry slightly about the gammon, so we could have done that by playing 11 to 8, 11 to 7, which is slightly more accurate. That's a checker off the 6 point. Yeah. But again, white's got to be thinking about the gammon, so he should be bringing a checker in. There will come a time when red is not going to win enough gammons to make playing for the gammon valid. I think he's okay here, only 6, 5 and double 6 leave a shot. And he's still thinking about it. There's a big difference between 7-2 and 8-2. You get to Crawford, the cube is dead for the rest of the match. So he's taking a roll here. Oh, he's rolled a dreaded 6-5. Right, so if white now rolls a 5, all that good work will have gone. Here we go. No. So now red will be playing on again. So barring double 5, I don't think there's any more shot leaving numbers. So still thinking. That's fair enough. He's got plenty of time. He's got 7 minutes left on the clock. His opponent's got 14 minutes, which possibly implies he hasn't taken quite long enough to think through some of the decisions, because I've said all day and for the last couple of days, backgammon is a very difficult game. And he's going to cash the point, and that's the end of it. I think I would have taken one more roll because there weren't many, if only double 5 left a shot, and then it's got to be hit. So, all right, 7-2. So now red's game plan is to win an undouble gammon. Quick change of dice, and away we go. 5-1. So now I'm slotting here of white, which is exactly what Ricardo has done. You want to create gammonish positions. That's a good reply for 2 hitting. Double 5, you can hit. Yeah, this is right. Double 5. Now 5s and 4s for red. 5, 6, in and out. Off we go. With 2 and then hit. So standard opening fair here. 2 gammons don't hurt red, so you can afford to hit. Final 2 and hit. You can consolidate the lead by, well, the racing lead by playing here, but it allows white the whole roll. And he wouldn't have been hit back, and he'd have had a much stronger position. Now, okay, going for the hit. 1, make the 5 point and think about the other one, which is probably split at the back. Ugly. Yeah, probably the best of a bad bunch. And hit again. And again, you can get cute here and come in and hit with a 4, but just send a few more checkers back. So, white has got the wrong. Is it right to give up the anchor quite so soon? It's interesting. Now you can make the bar point. What else can you do? 1, 2, 1, 2. Difficult to find. Given that white has got 4 checkers back, I might take the risk of making making the bar point. Yeah, I like the play. And you can also do this, but you're giving up the midpoint anyway, so why not make the bar? And if you're going to do this, you probably play 23-20 with the other one. Now, the checker that's come in can't be used to make the bar point. A slight inefficiency here, I think. Doing well, I think you just trundle up. Yeah. Or 5, okay. 1 fly, and then I think we just run one away. 3. Five, you're going to hit. If you're coming in on the 5, you're definitely going to hit, I think. Again, gammons don't hurt until the cube has been turned. Yeah. And here is the cube, which has been taken. A nice aggressive cube, is it correct? It's got an anchor. No, it doesn't hit anything. I'm sorry, it does. Beg your pardon. So red needs to come in, or he's going to feel uncomfortable. He's come in, and he's made the 9 points. So it's a good reply. So now the cube is dead, but he has just made the 5 point. So red will be a little bit nervous here. Needs to come in, not coming in. 6, 1. So spreading his checkers to the 4 wins in the hope of making the bar, staying out. 6, 5 is a good number here. They've still got a 5-point broken prime on the other side, so that's okay, 3-1. One and 4 in, and 6. No excitement, not at least not for the moment. But don't forget the cube has been turned. So 4 and 2. I think you want these white checkers aimed at the outer board point. So I would have played 24-18 there. He's brought a checker in the hope of hitting something. 3-2, fine. Double 4. That's not quite so good. He's going to hit. No, wait a minute. He's going to come off the bar, certainly. So you hit with 1, come off the bar. Oh. This is a very big play. I'm not sure it's right. I think you need to be trying to make as white the 7 and 8 points. This is, you're overstretched here. Yeah, I prefer plays in this arena. I think with the last one I played 14-10, you need to get the checkers spread. 2 and 6. Well, the 2 is good, and the 6 is going to come out from the 24 point. Yeah. Who's favorite? 3, 1 is 1. Keep the. So it's double 2, so you can make the bar point. Or you. This is quite nice. I wouldn't break the rest of the prime. I wouldn't do this. I think I'd keep the prime. You've got 4 checkers behind the 5 prime. You want to keep them there realistically. Easy to play, 2 and 4. Yeah. So that does hit, so it will hit. 14-11. The problem with Red's earlier play of 10-8 twice is it gives an escape tunnel to White when he didn't really deserve it. So now he's going to flood the outfield with the idea of making the 8 and 9 points. Of course, he's got 3 checkers trapped on Red's ace point, which still a problem. Double 5. So if White could roll a 3, at least with the 1, he's going to play 24-23, and then he's going to make a builder for the bar on the 8 points. So things going pretty well for White at the moment. Playing out. 2s and 3s are good. 2-5, I think I'm going to spring another checker here. 2-5, yeah. Red could do with coming in, it has to be said, but he's deciding that unfortunately he can't do that yet. White eventually is going to make one of these points. So White's gone for brute force. And the question is, was that the right idea? Because I think I'll be positioning the checkers still again because there's a lot of work to do to make the outer board point rather than the inner board points. 4-5, okay. Now then, what have we got here? We've got 9s, 8s, 4-1. So he's going to play 24, 23, and 8-5, I think. On. Two, three. I still think we play 24, 23 because that checker's got to get home at some point. Yeah, it's reasonable. Now, I think White engaged the wrong tactic over the last couple of rolls. So now he should play 16, 11. Got to keep all the checkers in play. This is not the time to move a checker on top of his 4 prime in his home board. The checkers need to work for a living. The question is, when is he going to split the back checkers? So a number of opportunities, a number of possible plays here. As long as he keeps all the checkers active, we'll be doing all right. So this was the first play I saw. Quite often the first play we see is correct. Now ones, twos, and fours give him a perfect prime. Double six, pretty useful. That was why he needed to aim from 23 points. So that's not a difficult play. Huge favourite now then. Ricardo probably hasn't had the best of the dice today. I'd be quite glad he didn't split the rear checkers because he's still got an anchor, he's still got some hope. 3 and 2, I think he'd probably just play 8-3. He's certainly not going to make the 4 point. Yeah. Four and 2 makes the bar and sit and hope. Point making numbers available. Now you clear the 11 point because the point you really want is the 4 point. That's what I played. What's bad? 6-2 is bad. All 3 would have been all right. Cock 6-3, going to make 2 point. Okay. Whilst that gap exists on the 4 point, White has still got some hope. There'll be some awkwardness about the bearing. 2s, 3s, and 4s would be the best number. 5 and 3 is okay, clears the 8 point. Yeah, and still has 1s, 2s, and 3s to make the 4 point. So, oh, hello. You could have made a prime by making the bar and playing 11-6, 12-6. So the 4 comes in, 7-3. Anything without a 3 or a 6 will clear the bar point next time. So, as we used to say in the school playground, ready, coming or not. So, key roll coming up. That's not a good idea. 6-5, false. 26 or double 3, 12 shots. Not 3-4 there. Now what? It's awkward because if you run off the ace point, then you're giving Red an awful lot of pointing numbers. If you do this, then you've lost your perfect board. E2, okay. Double 5. And so now there are 2 dead checkers. 3 dead checkers, effectively. 6 and 2. So we're probably reaching the end of this match unless something that really is going to be the killer blow. So, hello. He's still on the bar. The checker that was on the bar has now moved to the 2 point, I think. Sorry, no, it was double three, I beg your pardon. So I did have to play it, yeah. I think they're just checking the position. The white's position is pretty hopeless, whichever variation they end up with. But we must see this through to the end, obviously. We've seen Ricardo twice today, sadly for him. We've seen him lose twice. So he's effectively going to be out of the tournament. Francisco will move on to the Masters Fighters semi-finals, so he needs to win three more matches to win the tournament. Not quite sure whether this is a true double elimination or whether it's a bit like Monte Carlo, where the winner of the fighters plays the winner of the undefeated, but the winner of the undefeated gets a larger share of the prize pool. So I don't know the answer to that one. We will find out. Still, I think they're looking at the position on rewinding the video. Right, five. You don't want to leave a double shot, so probably best to play 3-2 here. Because the only way you can possibly lose this is to leave a double shot. So I would play 3-2. So white will be going with any 5 or 6. He'd rather stay, I think. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So now even if red rolls 5-4, 6-5 is fine. Now white is going to go with virtually any number. 6-2. So two big numbers leave white a shot. 4 and 1 is okay. Another checker off. White doesn't want to roll double 6. He wants to still be there. So 4-3, 5-3, double 3, double 4, double 5, double 6. 5-3 is a shot, so take a checker off. Another checker off. The same number of shots. There's no subtlety here, so I don't see why you would do this. But particularly if your opponent rolls 5-1. So you could have had one extra checker off and he'd have been missed. So what has he got? 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. He's got 6 off. So the white has a few winning chances. 4 and probably the 2 yeah. 6-1, you just keep going. Right, without a 4, this match will be over. Again, you stay back in case red rolls 2-1 or double 1. 6-3, I think we're going to say that the match is going to be over in the next 2 rolls. 3-1. Death throws only. 3. Yeah. So this would be the win of the century. So this, well, why are we resetting? I thought the cube had been turned in this game. Yeah. So again, thank you very much for listening to the match. We wish Francisco well for the next round. Hope you've enjoyed so far today. I have now take my leave for today. I'll be back for the grand final tomorrow. I wish you all a pleasant evening. I imagine the weather in Gibraltar is better than the weather in London, which is grey and overcast. So again, thank you very much. And I personally will see you tomorrow.
creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit. It's creative fingers green, like the perfect mother I'd ever seen. A creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. And when the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Still so lovable in this light. Take on the winds tonight as our bursting garden shoots intertwine. The creature comforts when we're cold, a cocoon to curling cuddle folds. When the creatures cover up our shoulders, enveloped, we almost forget to breathe. Stones laying flower beds, you arranged and rearranged them to fit.
If I want to add somebody in my uh, WhatsApp, how can I do that? This person, I want to add him in. Add him.
His name is Hori.
Huri, yeah.
So let's go WhatsApp and go write message. This one up here, write message, and then we try to find Hori.
Yeah.
We want yeah, it's Hori.
Yeah.
And now we write hello or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, maybe you didn't
No,
want to write that.
no, okay. No, I want to send it to her.
Okay.
Please sign.
I think it's saying. Oh, we cannot this time now.
Please sign.
Yeah, and this one.
Yeah. Is it this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
No, but we will talk on the okay. Thank you. Just do 1 minute, okay?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's live also. So, and it's warmer now, right?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
No, it's a small.
Okay,
Again,
good game.
Pasi, can you give me a one there?
I have noticed.
One shot. I'd like to point. Okay. We play in Cyprus.
Yes,
You remember?
we played Cyprus. Yeah, no, I don't remember.
Yes. Jackpot.
Jackpot, I played many jackpot. I cannot
I
remember.
recall your name. I recall your name for sure. Padie, no?
Yes,
Yes, and with the double four cover.
Padie.
yeah.
Turkey.
He's of Turkey. They're from Iran.
Okay.
When you double me, I took it.
Sorry.
No, no. Same. That's right.
That was
Yes.
but you don't have that you need 1/6 before. And now also have the 3 to cover. Yeah, to cover.
Your name?
Francisco.
Yeah, with 4, 1, and then I have like
11.
11 points, yeah.
Yes.
11 points. You have dice, you want to one each?
Yeah, it's okay. Here is mine. You can do what you
No, no,
want.
no. Okay.
Yeah.
For me, it's fine.
Yeah.
For me, it's fine. It is. Okay.
Good match.
Good match.
then you roll 3.
Can I use it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
No, 6-4.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I saw 6-4. Yes.
Yes, 6-4.
Oh,
yes,
wait. I know. I could be wrong.
No.
I could be wrong, and I
Ușor, binișor, da. Să fac și eu măcar o foarte bună. Măcar, ai dat și cum vrei tot. Atât? Asta. Șase nu e egal. Hai, ai început cu insipoasele tale, băi? Hai, da, uite, vezi? Băi. Hai, fetele, cum v-am învățat? Ia altă, nu era de
Progresunați. Dacă e de seguranță, dar progresul.
Ia că ți-a combinat. Eu când ai luat? Una, trei, și apă. Două, să-ți iau litere. Hai să le pun. 5. Dacă nu dau un 6. Opa! Very. Nu știu, vede? Să nu mai găsesc eu rău, uite. Exact așa. Măcar să iau două. Să iau două. 6 și ce mai dat Dumnezeu. Asta e. Nu e imposibil. Hai, fetelor, cum v-a învățat tata pe voi? Hai, nelule. Hai să dăm o bere. Au bere. Ce știință să ai? Ce ce-ți trebuie știință? 5-1.
5-1.
7.
Yes.
January is, I normally like, struggle to make any money in January. What do you need? Well, maybe next January.
Yeah, well, I think that you always have not always.
No, I think I haven't actually set the date for next year, but I mean, if it doesn't clash with New Year,
I don't really yeah,
you did.
you see the calendar,
Yeah.
and your so you want me to choose so I usually so yeah,
Yeah. I just haven't got the,
and I want to know so because if I don't have enough site
all right.
no, I'm not taking the offers. Since we have, but then we don't have that. But then it's also is a lot of situations where studio
All right. We will discuss it.
Também conta a repartição de valor. Não conta? É 10 dólares, exato. Quem é que está? Quem é que está? Quero jogar contra todos. É um campeonato. É um campeonato.
O Pedro leva duas vitórias a mim ou.
E é só pontos? Alguns pontos? Rapaz, já. Até aos pontos. Já não tenho dados. E é dois pontos, não é? A vitória é dois pontos. A vitória é dois pontos e a derrota é quanto? A derrota é 0 e até aos 5.
It doesn't roll.
Nope.
Now it's okay.
Após eliminado, pá, estava a ver quando não consegui.
Na paragem do café.
Yes.
Vocês entraram no campeonato? Todos contra todos. Quem toma conta do São Luís? Então, tem que falar. Tu queres jogar? Estavas entrando também no campeonato. Já ganhaste. Ou então podíamos fazer umas chuetinhas. E aquilo tem sobre ela assim. Mas para mim, não pode ver ela assim. Naquele pau. Para muito com o Eda deles. Com o Eda deles. Vão jogar um mato só aos núcleos?
Não.
Continuas na internet. Para quando for buscar, pode marcar um lá na internet. Quem é que te irá? Não tens que passar a tempo. É o que nós jogamos, depois pode-se combinar. E aqueles que não forem recenseados, verificados, é só pedir ao Marcos ou ao amigo que são verificados que verifiquem. É isso. Eu pago 2,5€. Sim. Pá, pago porque dá melhor análise. Epá, e tem sempre aquela esperança que também um bocadinho mais dado. O gajo joga a 3, o outro gajo joga a 8 e leva-nos no coisa.
Mas aquilo não faz tanto, mas parece muito jogo.
Sim, pá, mas eu pode dizer que jogamos dois manhã a analisar.
Deve ser, eles disseram que era a seguir ao jantar, não sabe a que era, mas.
Mas quem é que tem livro?
É o.
Oh.
Quem é que tem livro?
Sim, eu só tenho.
É 40.
Eu joguei com Palpatine. Ontem estava mesmo seguinte. Jogar a 3, o outro gajo a 8. Estão normal. Joga 2.
Oh, that's good. Caramba. did it beautiful. I did it beautiful.
Şöyle yapalım. Ondan sonra seri yoldayız. Biz burada fazlayız. 9'da geldik. Gelirken bana yemek getir, ben başlayayım, sonra da yemeğimi yiyeyim, yemeğimi yiyeyim, çorba çıkarsa bakayım, 9'dan sonrasını sen.
Ten, 3.
Yes.
Wanna play the serious match now? 7.
Okay. When you want.
Os meus dados e agora? Agora não tenho.
1, 2, yes.
Wow.
Ah, também. Desculpa, pensei que também.
Arda. Olha, temos mais um inscrito. Meus amigos, temos mais um inscrito na nossa vida. Já estamos a jogar para isso. Uma folha agora.
Ela fez uma vez. Ele deixava. Isto foi um ídolo. O golfe seria um ídolo.
Já sabia que ia devorar. Já sabia que ia devorar.
Okay. Mhm.
Twenty-four.
Yes.
Post Crawford.
I want to watch this match. Perfect position, yes, for sure. I think that I might be enough. You take one from that. It's very close because the money game it's maybe it's a small part, but for me but for sure that's for my it's about but I was because of this time, I really wanted to be sure. I just it had to get over and I had to do it. I was really thinking maybe I should stop. Good luck on next one. See you at 9 p.m. Yes. See you next.
What do you have? Aí eu faço solteiro, sabe?
Mas não tenta aí.
Como quiser.
Martim.
Exatamente.
Sim, mas é perto.
Aqui.
Ah, sì, la sa, due volte. E il fiore di...
Io non farei.
Só com 6 quedas. E eu coloquei. E por que é que aconteceu aqui ao mesmo nestes dois? E por que está jogando agora? Já jogaste com todos? Não. Não tem nenhuma. O último jogo. Antes de ganhar, o Paulo jogou. Paulo jogou com o Pedro. Paulo jogou com o Pedro. Muito bem. Ok. Opa, isto aqui não me deixa ganhar,
Eu sou costureiro.
Jag får en det man ska inte säga.
Passa man förlorar så.
Crawford ska inte vinna. Han har spruckit och allting. Spelar ingen roll. Kom in lite på 6. Nästa också.
Men det är väl att man förlorar matcher. 10-1 och sen förlorar 11-10 på det sättet.
Yes.
Okay, you're good? All right. So, about the baffle box. Are you using baffle box?
I use buffer.
You use baffle box. Do you want to use the baffle box? No. So he rolls with shaker,
Yeah.
you roll with that. Fine. Okay. Have you decided your dice?
This is mine.
Okay, pick one. I'll give. Put one. Okay, so these are out.
Okay.
Better outside, like this. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Are you happy with the checker color with the blank side?
No.
Okay.
It's okay.
All right. Okay. Let's shake hands and pose to the camera, please.
Yeah.
Shake hands. Pose.
Okay, guys. Smile. Good luck. Good luck. We always need luck, yeah?
Bonne chance. Box.
Merci.
You're alive. Good luck.
Aber das hat auch in so einem ich meine, das Backgammon im letzten Spiel war natürlich der Hammer auch. Das ist eine Viererreihe.
I tell my wife I'm the senior, she'd be embarrassed. The youngest seniors meant to be 16 years of age. My juniors in the UK BGA, students in the South.
Sorry.
Basta.
3, 6.
Okay. So,
No.
First semi-final of doubles is completed. First finalist from Brazil, Andrea Carlos Ari Nogueira.
Beverly Speeds.
From your London boy? From London guy? You pull out. You ready? Okay. After the pull out. Pull out the mouth. No, this is okay. Okay, in the morning, yeah? Pull out good. Voilà. Pull out. Ja, ich bin ja auch überall gesehen. Ne?
Zurück in die Provinz rüberfahren und Hamburg kenne ich zum Glück. Also Berlin kaufen auch. In Deutschland können sie nirgendwo hingehen. Also das geht doch nicht nach Scheiß oder so in Worten. No, I don't need to see.
One?
Yes.
Okay.
Somebody wants to
Tu és irmão do Pedro. O Pedro é que uma vez era o gajo da informática. Eu trabalhei com o gajo quando foi o campeonato da Europa lá embaixo em Vila Moura, que o gajo é que estava com a parte da informática, eu trabalhava.
E ali, lá se é. Tens dados? Tens dados? Só tenho um.
Yes, yes, because we only have the problems with the college. Seeing the Montenegro tournament that's in March, in March. No, but for me it's okay because I can swing this. If we schedule with time, it's okay. From now to March. And the next tournament will be which date? Like from your like he played for the last 30 years. Started with our age, but then we are friends. We study together. Does the same and everything. And you are done? But you are from? And how did you So yes, yeah, you agree. Yes, we will see you in
Accinte. Aí.
Problem with this man. He was angry. No, usually I am nervous. This time we most of the time I'm a kind of person. When I want to take no, there's no So whenever I have registration,
My son asked me. He wants to see the match.
Hey, Nikolai, sorry. So, to be clear, see the video, but then it's not both. Okay, sure. The video I just gonna share. The video is just gonna share right now. You give me 20 pounds. Armin, is it okay?
You saw the game of thrones? You see the game of thrones, the top game.
Yeah.
You know that color or like
Yeah, right. All right.
Ele para de ter.
Ainda está gravada na
İrlanda ile oynuyorlar diyor. 3-1'lik maçta diyor. At the moment, you open. Always.
Congratulations. That's lovely. Yeah. That's how are you doing? Yeah, you're doing well.
Mark and Cash.
Nada aqui na porta.
Mas acho que ganhou. Ganhou a mim. No último jogo, não é sério que é inacreditável. Mais 7, quase 8 parece.
So I think this is actually in regards to the 1 year ban. My advice at the time, you know, I mean, going back to what you think first of all, there was the terrible incident, catastrophic incident. Then there was at that time, there were so many which is fine.
Mă, bravo, mă! Bravo, Bogosian!
No luck.
Ești un tembel.
Incredibil.
Bog, ești un tembel de tine.
Bravo! Bravo, bravo! Domnul, foarte bine!
Azi că ești găsat.
Ce? Da. La 7-1 și la 50.
Foarte bine, foarte bine, bine ați făcut. Bravo!
Da. Da.
Nu, înainte
Ce s-a întâmplat, doamnă? De la Glovo sunteți. Sunt în Gibraltar, doamnă, nu mai sunați. La apartamentul 8, scara, la apartamentul Săulești 115, Ema Băneasa.
Hai că ai treabă, trebuie să prezinte, băi. Ai treabă la haideți, bă. Te așteaptă Arda după Glovo. Ăla, design de la Glovo, auzi, mă, Arda, cine? Hai, Glovo. Du-te. Bravo, bă, dă, hai chiar mergi. Dă masa, de ce noi e? Bravo, bă. Și-am mai dat și 4, și-am dat și 4. Dă-mă pula, bă.
Tomorrow at 2 p.m. for the title of 7 Gibraltar Backgammon Championship. Look like the light.
Thank you.